Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing today? Gonna make sure all my stuff is working properly this morning. Hopefully everyone had a good trading session yesterday. I know it was pretty choppy yesterday morning. I guess the first thing we'll do is we'll make sure, see if there's any news. Let's see. Good morning, Charles. How are you doing today? All right, let's see. So usually as far as news goes, I usually get it from investment.com here. You just go to their site. It's free. Go to tools. Just hit economic calendar. Good morning, Ponzi. How are you doing today? Yeah, I've always heard that the S&P picks the president. All right, so I just saw 3-star news somewhere. Where'd it go? So it looks like Canada has an interest rate decision in, 23 minutes. Also, the U.S. has existing home sales. We'll copy. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go get some coffee before we start too. That's why I went in here like 5 minutes ago. I was getting my coffee maker ready. So what does that put at 10 o'clock this morning? Uh-oh. All right. Oil usually doesn't affect the futures market too much. So. All right. All right, let's see what kind of movement we had overnight into the London and Asian. Looks like the highs are all the way back up at the 540s. So almost a 100-point sell-off since the London Open. Asian looks like it was just pretty much chop. So not a whole lot of movement. So we're already at the lows for the European market. Looks like we had a lot of support there. See what happens there. Looks like we had a nice little rejection. All right. All right, guys, I'm going to go grab a coffee real quick. I'll be back in like 1 minute. My throat's been irritated because of all this weather change we're having. So you wake up in the morning and it's like 50 degrees, then it's like 80 degrees in the evening. Woo, fall time sinuses. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. All right. Oh, there's nothing better than some more coffee there, Ponzi. Trust me, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably sit here and watch streamers and drink coffee all day. Pretty much the same thing you guys are doing. But I do listen to streamers. That's kind of just, you know. I'm not sure if Methodical Man's streaming today. Let's see. We order our coffee. Man, I would have to go get the bag because I can't think about what the brand's called. Or I would have to look it up because my wife is the one that usually orders it. It's wait a minute. I know it's like 10 blend coffee. I'm just not sure who makes it. It might be Java. Let's see. Java 10 blend coffee. Let's see. I have to go in there and look at the who makes that. I know it's like a 10 blend coffee, trolls. I want to say it's the same person who makes our coffee, the coffee maker we use. We use like a Java 8 coffee maker. Let's see. Oh, I'll get it in a minute. Good morning, Andy. How are you doing today? So it looks like maybe I don't see Methodical Man's live, so I think Methodical Man may be taking the morning off. Yeah, I don't see him. Andy, how did your bots do overnight? All right, guys, the market's open. That's still not too bad of a loss. Wow, straight up to the 200 this morning. Ah, my chart got messed up over here. All right. Woo, look at these traps on these candles. That's insane, guys. Be careful if you're trying to find a position here. Let's see. We're at the lows. The highs are back up here at the 525s. Ooh. Look at the traps. The traps, guys. Be careful. We're looking for our shorts. I put in the chat up there. You know, we're looking for that 69 to 67 to hold up for longs. That's kind of like the line in the sand here for the Bulls and Bears per Adam Manzini. So below 67s, I'll look for shorts, and above we'll look for longs. Hopefully it's not a choppy morning like yesterday. Yesterday morning was pretty choppy. And that's only because, you know, anytime we have those big moves overnight in the London and the European markets, the New York session usually sucks. Andy, how many different accounts are you trading right now with all those bots you're using? Hopefully by that last 10 minutes of the hour, we'll get that big breakout. All right, so we're kind of approaching that PM low from overnight here at the, what, 25s? Yeah, 25s. Good morning, Java. How are you doing today? So far, not really a lot going on, just a kind of a lot back and forth. We have had some pretty big candles, but they have been no follow through. They've just all been just little bodies, big wicks. I mean, right now it just looks like a lot of trapping. So trapping and chopping. So just be careful if you're taking entries, especially if you got short drawdown. All right, we're approaching the low overnight here at the 24s. What's that, 24s, 25s? All right, back up. So I think this is kind of what it was like yesterday morning, guys. I didn't trade yesterday morning because I wasn't at home. I had something I had to go do. But I think I did listen to Methodical Man yesterday, and I remember it being pretty choppy yesterday morning. Or maybe that one good move in the morning, then choppy the rest of the morning. All right, here we go. Getting a nice little push. If he is hold 69, I think we're still good as far as longs go. Oh yeah. Also, guys, don't remember we also have news at 10 o'clock this morning. Existing home sales. Ooh, straight back down. Yeah, this is pretty crazy this morning, Charles. I mean, I'm gonna probably just hopefully wait till after the 15-minute range is set, or even the last 10 minutes of the hour, and see if we can get a breakout in that last 10 minutes. And you'll see it pop up. I have it set where it'll put this little square on my map for the last 10 minutes. It was like this last Thursday and Friday. We had real bad chopping action. I mean, it's been like this all month. This month's been a rough month as far as chopped goes. We only probably get like maybe 1-2 good trading days a week lately, it seems like. Well, at least starting out. Here's the ES chart we're watching over here too. We're just kind of watching to see what happens around the 69, 67 level here. We're back. We're kind of pushing back down to the overnight lows in the 20s. I mean, what sucks about these entries? I mean, these candles are like really good sizes. These huge wicks on the end of them. It'll just wreck you. Whew, I'm struggling today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Still cannot get below these overnight lows. I mean, we just kind of a magnet, just back and forth, chop around this 25 area, 20 range. All right, finally getting a little bit of push. All right, so here's our 15-minute range at the 20,407s. So that 69 held. Has anybody tried to take any entries this morning? So we got about 2.5 minutes left before the macro here at the last 10 minutes. You took 2 at the opening. Were they both winners, Charles? Excuse me. Oh, nice. I haven't traded the oh, okay, so you went pretty heavy, didn't you? What are you pretty heavy on contracts to get 250? Oh, one stop away. Oh yeah, those are always good times. But hey, it's better than one tick away from your take profit. That's the kind of crap that usually happens with me. Those are the worst. Like you're like so close to your take profit. Oh, it's going to hit, and that thing reverses on you. Those are always the worst too. I haven't really messed with the opening in a while. We usually just stay away from the opening. We try to wait till after the first 15 minutes to take something. Golly. Oh, the drainage from my sinuses, they are tough. I may need to go take something for it so it'll stop. I mean, the ES looks like it wants to move higher. We kind of found support at that 69. That was kind of like that one of those lines in the sand for the ES. All right, so here's our 10-minute macro here. The reason why I've been tracking these last 10-minute macros, I'm just curious about the breakouts that a lot of times that happen in the last 10 minutes of the hour. Nice little pullback here. So we're approaching the bottom end of our 15 minutes here. You're going for 60 ticks with a 30 tick stop loss. That's a good ratio. That's a tight stop loss though. It's 30 ticks. Yeah, the wicks to the downside have been pretty big this morning. You're looking at like 15-point wicks this morning. Man, the way it was pushing down, I thought we were going to get that 15-minute breakout below the only thing I hate about that 15-minute breakout is we're right next to a whole number at the 20, the 400s. Oh yeah, I forgot we have numbers in 7 minutes too, guys. So be mindful of that. You would think this last quarter with high interest rates being a little higher, that existing home sales would be down a little bit. I don't know how that affects the market though, as far as futures goes. I've never really looked at the numbers. So did you take that like on a trend line break, Charles? So it's probably just going to chop here for about 5 minutes. Then once that news comes out, it should go, either or, 50-50. How are you doing today, Arn? Have you found any trades in this choppy mess this morning? If you're just joining us, we do have news that in about 3.5 minutes. What starts at 10:30? Oh, you don't start trading till 10:30? That's not a bad idea. I find like some of the better movements are between that 10 and 12. Or to me, it's easier to trade. All right, so I guess we're just gonna chop until freaking the news comes out. So it kind of looks like we're getting the breakout to the upside. Let it crash, then you'll enter. Yeah, it looks like we're kind of curling back around as far as our EMAs goes. We're in no hurry, guys. We're just hopefully just looking for 2 positive trades on our Apex, then switching over to Bewley. So all right, here comes the news candle. Looks like a fairly mild news play. All right, so we're still just kind of trapped in this 10-minute box here from the last 10 minutes macro. Yeah, the ES and NASDAQ are definitely consolidating chop all the way across. All right, here comes the 15-minute play. Let's see if we sail through. All right. Looks like we're pushing down. Oh, damn it. Let's see if we get through this level here. See, this is one thing I usually hate about the 15 minutes when it's around that whole number. See how we just bounce right off the 400 and push right back up 20 points. All right. We also bounced right off that 67 level. That's a major support level for the ES. Come on. I mean, we broke out of the 15 minute again. I like to see a retest of the 15 minutes. Look at these massive wicks. These wicks are insane, guys. All right. Here's that 67 level. Wow, that thing just went straight down after we broke that 67. So maybe we can get a pullback now into this area here. Previous session lows down at the 360s. For a short entry, we just got to wait for a pullback, guys. You can't just jump in at the bottom down here. At least, I mean, you can, but usually just jumping in so far away from your EMAs is kind of tough. All right, there's the previous session lows. Man, this thing's just going to keep selling, I guess. All right, we should run into some more resistance in this area here around the 60s to 57. I know this thing just went straight on down. All right, back up to that. There's a pivot sitting in there. Did you hop on that to the downside there, Charles? Nice. We're seeing if we can get that pull back into our 15 minutes here. I mean, it looks like it wants to curl. If we get back above that 67 area on the ES, maybe this is our pullback. If we get below this pivot here, all right, here comes our possible 15-minute retest. I still like the shorts as long as we're below 67 on the ES. I mean, we hit it right off that 20. If we can get through this pivot on the ES at the 64s, man, I feel like we should just push on back down and clear out the lows again. See if we can get through this pivot. Just don't want to jump in too early while it's consolidating. I mean, we did bounce right off the 15 minutes. I'm doing good, Trace. How are you doing today? How's your live going over there today? Have you been streaming all morning, Jams? Isn't this Jams? That's just part of it in the beginning, man. It seemed like in the beginning I talked to myself a lot. So we're just kind of looking to see if this pivot, we're going to lose this pivot here, but we're just kind of consolidating sideways. The ES is below a pivot. Yeah, unfortunately, we missed this whole trade down through here. I mean, we had the 15-minute breakout. We had the retest, but I feel like this was the retest and I missed it. And the ES looks like it just wants to dump. We're going to try this trade. I don't know. It's kind of iffy. Just the ES is down at the lows. The ES looks weak, but the NASDAQ's just holding up. So not really sure about this one. This is a eval. Nah, the ES freaking pulled back up on me. See, you don't like to see on your shorts that take so long. That was a very iffy trade there. I don't know. Didn't feel comfortable with it, even though it was a winner. It's just because the ES was struggling and we hit those lows. Like the ES looks like it was moving, but the NASDAQ hesitated. So didn't really get anything off that runner. I don't know if I can. I mean, it was a winner, but it wasn't just because we only moved down like probably less than 20 points. See, that easily could have been a trap there. I mean, we just really bounced off the lows with the ES, then popped all the way back up. If we get above this 15-minute, usually when we get above the 15 minutes, we break back through. A lot of times we'll continue higher. Oh, you've been doing every day from the beginning, open until 11:30. All right, the ES looks like it wants to push. I mean, we bounced right off that 15-minute range. That's another retest of that 15 minutes. The only thing that scares me about us moving back down right here is we're freaking at the low on the ES. As long as we stay below the 58.67, I'll continue looking for shorts. This is rough, guys. All right. Well, the pivot's holding up a little bit. I just don't know what it's going to offer at the pivot there. I mean, it offered up 10 points on the pivot a while ago, but it was a struggle, just to get those 10 points. All right, we got 5 minutes before our IBL is set. Even the shorts feel like those grinding longs where like we're moving downward, but they're just grinding down, just little bitty 1 minute candles. Oh goodness. The IBL right now set up for the ES is sitting at the 58s. These are the lows for the 58s. And there's a lot of resistance and support between this 58.60 and 58.57. If I look for long, it's going to have to be back inside this 15-minute candle. Because a lot of times if we break out of the 15-minute and we push back into it, a lot of times we'll push back out the other side. All right, we're at that session mid there. Let's see if we get back above these levels here. All right, so we're breaking that session there. Tap that 15 minutes there. Now, if we sell through that 67, that's what you want to see if you're watching the ES. You want to see us go through that 58.67 with convincing, like it just shoots through it with no resistance. Just trying to. We're trying to get through that 67 level. This is where we're running into some resistance right here. We're about to print a new candle. Let's see what happens on this print here. Hopefully we don't get faked out by that 67. I'm not liking that it's stalled. And we push right back below that 67. Shit, might have to kill it. Oh. Got freaking fooled by that 67, guys. This is kind of what I was looking at, that 67. All right. All right, so we're going to finish red on our fundeds today. That was a funded account trade, so I thought we might still go because we're above that 15-minute here. So we pushed back up to that session low. And as you can see, we did stay back above that 15 minutes. I just didn't have a big enough stop loss on that thing. All right, we're going to switch over to our bulenox accounts. So we're back above the 67 again. This is, I mean, it looks like we stay above the 67. We should just be moving straight back up. So with our apex today, guys, we're going to have one red and one green. So if I'd played this one right, it would have been a winning trade on my apex funded, but unfortunately I didn't really want to give it more than a 10-point drawdown or 40 ticks, and man, it did. Once we got back above that 15 minutes, we got back above that 67s, the long played out on top of this level here, that the 15 minutes. $69 looks pretty stout here too. So now since we're back above the 67, all of our trades will be long. So we're just looking for 67 to 69 to hold on the ES. Then hopefully we can look for some longs here. It looks like we're struggling to move down. I mean, we're pretty much bouncing off that session low there. I hate seeing the ES move, but the freaking NASDAQ is just not moving. It's like, come on. The only thing that worries me about this one, if we don't get through that 200 here at the 38s, because then that means we'll have to have a pullback into like your 50 and your 21 EMAs. See how we kind of got stuck around those 38s. Yeah, the ES is struggling to get above the 70s here. Man, the ES had a nice little breakout candle above those 68s, and then it just kind of stalled on us. So if it comes back and stops us out, we'll just look for another entry here if it pulls all the way back. This way, we just kind of keep a set stop loss. If it gets to the 200, we may go to break even. Like I said, sometimes that 200 kind of scares me as far as a hard pullback. So if it gets through 38s fast, that's good, but we could slow down at these 38s. See, we're already struggling to push through the 38s. Yeah. All right. Oh, well. Couldn't get through the 38s at the 200s. The purple line here is our 200 moving average. Watch this be the candle where it just goes through. That's the way it usually goes. All right. We're testing the 200 EMA again. Let's see if we get through it this time. Third time's a charm. No, it's still struggling here at the 38s. I feel like we need a pullback here into our 20 EMA. I was hoping that we would push through this 200 to tap the VWAP first, but we couldn't even get through there. All right. It took about 3 different candles to get through there. Nice trade if anybody was able to stay in that. I just wasn't able to stay in it. I thought maybe we were going to have a deeper pullback into those 21s and 50 EMAs since we could not get through the 200s. But there's your VWAP pop. That's just the way it goes. Some days you're able to stay in them. Some days you just get stopped out for break even. But I'd rather take a break even trade than a losing trade. Like, I mean, you can see it moving higher. But like I said, the only thing that made me nervous was this 200 moving average. So usually what happens if we break out above the 200 moving average and the rest of your moving averages are below the 200, it'll have to have a pullback to bring those moving averages back up through there. Let's see if that's the case right here, where if we pull back into these EMAs for long. We're also at that 15-minute range here on the top side. Nice hard bounce off that VWAP there. Back above the 15 minutes. Let's see if we're going to continue higher off of this 15-minute opening range to the upside. All right. So now our EMAs are finally trying to work their way above the 200 here. So on that previous trade where we went back to broke even, it looks like time you add in the fees, we're like down $10. Nice bounce off your non-EMA above the 200. All right, here's our last 10 minutes. We're in that 10-minute macro. All right. All right, so we're getting a nice little pullback. Also watching the ES. We need to see the 69s here hold up on the ES. $69 to $67. Dang, dude, we're losing those 67s. We got for the bulls, we gotta have these 67s hold up. If we lose 67s, then we'll go back to looking for shorts. This is what I was hoping, like where I was talking about if all your EMAs are below the 200, almost every time there's always a pullback below the 200s. If we're going to continue higher, it'll have to, that'll bring those EMAs up with it. If we're going to continue higher. Man, this thing is going to dump again, huh? Back to the 15 minutes here. I'm going to wait and see what happens at this mid-range here at the 404s. So we're back to looking for shorts again, as long as we stay below the 58.67 on the ES. We're also in this macro time. Isn't it crazy? Like the last 10 minutes, we always get that big move. All right, here comes that 15-minute breakout here. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens at this session mid here. We got a huge gap all the way down at the 85s that we could be clearing out. There's the bounce off the session mid. We're below the 15 minutes. And we got denied at the 15 minutes here. There we go. Oh, shoot. So this is why we said we're waiting to see if we can print below this session mid here, because that thing just trapped some folks. These big old wicks here. We're trying to get through back to the downside. Here we go. Let's see if we stay below there. We always have a hard time usually getting through those 400s here. Or any whole number. Any whole number. I'm hoping we can retest this pivot or finish out this huge fair value gap here. We're also got our IBL down there too. Man, I swear, every trade I get in this morning, it's like, just gotta freaking sit through it. It's like, goodness. I was hoping the momentum would just carry us on down. What's up, Christy? How are you doing today? If we lose the session mid, it's going to probably come back up and hit us again. Or even if we lose this 15-minute opening range here, we need the 15-minute range to hold. I'm not going to stress this count as bad just because it's a 90% 50K eval. So we'll risk profit on it. Sounds good, Christy. Sounds good. You gotta poke this candle with a stick with Ponzi. Man, look at this stuff. I don't know, man. It doesn't look like we're gonna be able to move down, guys. Too many small body red candles. So it looks like we're going to have a pullback here. All right, that's going to stop us out. We're getting back above the 15-minute again. Oh, am I going to be saved by the 15 minutes? We've gotten multiple opportunities to get out of this trade, but if this was a funded account trade, I probably would have killed it once we already hit it multiple times. But being an eval, we're just staying in it. Dude, come on. Oh, man. Once we get to 89, I'm not worried about what happens with my runners. That's the only thing that sucks about entries around your whole numbers. This is the kind of reaction you usually get below it and above it, guys. All right, we're about to hit the top of the hour here. So if I was in a funded account, I probably would have went to break even already. All right. Actually, we're going to risk some of this profit on this one since it is a eval. And we're going to shoot for the bottom of this IBH here. If we can break through this big old gap here, that's what we're trying to clear out this moment. There's a lot of buying pressure on the upside here. So that's kind of where we're stuck at the moment. This has been a fairly long trade, guys. Fairly long trade. So we're running to some more resistance at the 60s. That's kind of like the next level down on the ES. I'm looking for 404 to hold. Need that lightning bolt, Ponzi. Come on. You like the downtown moves. Come on, Ponzi. Poke it with a stick or something. But it looks like it's rounding back around to me though. I wouldn't want to be in this trade deep if I was in this trade. Right now, I'm in it just for 2 micros, so I don't really have a lot of risk on this trade. I think we were risking like $20 or something. So it looked like this pivot hold. I was hoping we would get another retest of this pivot, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it. We're retesting that session mid in the 15-minute opening range again. All right, there's your 15 minutes. It's touching 15 minutes. It should get through it this time. So what we'll do is we'll look for another entry too, but we'll just lower our risk down. So we took that trade based off on the second 15-minute. We weren't able to get anything on our runner. We did hit our main target for like $100, but then we lost another $20 of that just because we were still in the negative on those two contracts there. The ones that we were, was looking for a runner to. I was hoping that we would maybe clear out this IBL down here. That's what I was looking for. And we still may. We just have to wait and see what happens with this pullback here. It seemed like lately most of my runners, we haven't really been capitalizing a lot on our runners. I mean, we get into places where we hit our first target, but after that, it just kind of comes back and stops us out. Man, we're back below the 15 minutes and that mid session again. Yeah, let's see if this area right here is going to fail. All right, guys, here comes that pivot section again, kind of where we got held up on our last trade. As usual, most of the time I'm always one move too early. It's the way it usually goes. We definitely missed out on some big trades today. It seemed like left a lot of points on the board today. It seemed like most of these entries I haven't really felt that comfortable on. So basically where this pivot is sitting, this is also the lows for the ES sitting up at the 5760s. We've bounced out of that area quite a few times this morning. The lows for the ES is sitting at 58, but we've bounced a lot off these 60s. Christy, how's it been going as far as setting up some of your stuff? All right. Looks like the ES is trying to push down. We're going to get through this pivot finally here. What's really going to make us go like downtown for the ES is the next level down is going to be that 57. If we get through that 57 or that 58 here at the IBL, I think you'll probably see a quick sell down. If we get through those 58s. I'm kind of ready to see what's going to happen below this pivot here. We also have an imbalance gap here too. And we're also on a 50 or 90% 50K eval. Watching the 58, guys. Watching the 58s. We made it through it, but we just did not print below it. It bounced right off of that area. All right, we're going to try it here. See what happens. We're at the lows. We're getting through the 57s. You hate technology? We'll risk a little bit more up at the 90s. If we start losing this pivot, we're probably going to get stopped out. Going to take our profits from this morning. Come on, Mr. Pivot. Oh, come on. What is up with the NAS not following the ES? Man, the ES is selling pretty hard below that 57. Dude, the NAS has struggled all day to move down. Like every freaking short. Oh, don't. Okay. I put a target there just because there's a lot of support in this area. So it could be a bounce spot. So basically, if we bounce at this 46, I'm going to move my take profit to this 60 because that means we can't get through this IBL. Oh, we did. We got through it. Never mind. Nice. That thing exploded through the IBL. Sweet. So I took that trade based off basically what the ES is doing, like I do a lot of times. So once the ES broke through its IBL at the 58s, and we're also sitting at that pivot, that's where I try to hit my entry at. What I was waiting for to make, so this what made me hesitate. See this candle right here printed just above the 58? That's what made me hesitate on my entry. So the IBL would have paid today as far as you could have just put a resting order here at the 46 and it paid 20 points. But here you can also look for a retest. All right, we'll change. What other accounts do we have? $69 there. This may be a retest because the ES is stuck at the IBL 1.5. So I'm not really sure if we'll make it all the way back up to the 46s. We'll see what happens here. This is just 2 micros, guys. We're in this very low risk here. Or, yeah, 2 micros. Just because we're at the low, so that's the reason why we're only using 2 micros. Might have to get a reversal for us to move lower. Watching the ES, if the ES gets back above its the 1.5, we'll probably close it. Yeah, it's getting back above it. Yeah, see the ES is getting back above this 49 level here. Ooh. Might have been faked out on that one, guys. I mean, we retest. That was the retest there. The only thing I don't like about it is, oh, God dang it, that was probably it. Man, I was faked out. I was faked out on that one. I don't know. It's hard to say. The ES is just consolidating in this area, so it kind of faked me out a little bit because I saw this candle getting back above this level here, so I thought we were going to push back up. So that retest would have been a good retest. So this account, this is that one that we failed a while ago. Remember I said we were only on 2 micros, so we lost 39 bucks on that one. This was the bigger move, that the one we just took, the bounce, the trade below the pivot there. We got 320 on that one. So far we're green on 2 accounts, red on 2, but I think we can find another trade to get this one back in a green. We just got to be patient. So that'll be a, what, 3 for 4. So 3 green, 1 red. That's if we get this one back in the green. I got scurred out of this one, guys. I wish I'd have. I don't know why I'm trading a 90% eval. I shouldn't even care. Should just hold. We got Ponzi over there wishing for us to go downtown, so I had faith that with Ponzi's help, we were going downtown. Christy, how much of your stuff have you gotten set up? the nacho grenade. All right, are we finally gonna look? I mean, it looks like we want to move back up to retest some of these freaking EMAs all the way back up there, maybe to the 56, 57. I want to try it above this level again. I think I will. We're only in for 2 micros, guys, so these are usually a little bit more higher risk trades. But we're also only on 2 micros. So we're not risking the bank here. We're higher in the morning time, so we're out of the macro. These are just kind of, I think, trades. Oh, ran into some resistance. Put your seatbelt on. Dang it. I swear. It may come back down. We didn't quite make it to the 20. The ES got to the 21st, so we're probably going back downtown. Yep. Didn't quite make it there. All right, let me get a little bit more room because the ES just hit its non-EMA. All right, we're going back downtown. Might have to change back over to a short. What did we lose on that one? Looks like another 40 bucks. Those are higher risk trade, guys. I don't really take those a lot. That's just me thinking that we would push back up here to the EMAs. I guess for the ES, they'll have to lose that 49 there for us to continue lower. What's up, Clarity? How are you doing today? So still struggling to move on down. And we're just now at the 11:30 hour. So we are kind of moving into that slow period. Thought maybe we'll get a little bit more deeper pullback here. So 87 would be your next target down, it looks like. Damn, the candle just kept going. Kind of waiting to see if we get some kind of pullback here. We did break out below this next IBL low, but just couldn't pull the trigger in time. Right now, your trades are too far away from your EMAs here. You like to really see for us to pull back into the 20s. Man, we already sold down 100 points from that first initial entry up here at the 400s. I mean, the ES is finding support basically back up at those 46 and a half at the bottom of this wick here. Pretty much the same here, Clarity. We're green in 2 accounts and red in 2. Might have found the bottom down here finally. So just trying to be patient and wait and see what happens. Not a very good pullback. So this is kind of where I'd like to see our pull back into this gap here. Maybe clear out this gap. Then maybe the bears will buy up to the shorts again. Or buy up the longs. Yes, is also pulling back to the 21 EMA. I tried a long while ago off this curl of the 9, and that was that failed trade we took a while ago. I got faked out above this freaking 49 level, which we'll see if we get above it this time. We're trying to get above it. Let's see if it holds. Not necessarily looking at this gap, more or less looking at the ES over here. Don't want to be fooled by it twice in a row. A little bit of doji candle there on the ES. Just trying to still be a little patient, just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with this area here. I mean, the ES looks like it was trying to push back up. Let's see if we'll get burned here, guys. Don't want to be on top of that 9 there. Oh, I thought the momentum was going to carry us. It just hit the brakes. Oh my goodness, come on. Actually, we took a loser on the same exact type trade while ago, based off on what the ES is doing. See, basically what it is, I was looking at this IBL 1.5 here. A lot of times if we get back above it, we'll have a nice little pullback. We're still finding support there, but last time we sold back through it. I'm hoping, like, I like to see us maybe retest the 50 EMAs over here on the ES. But we are moving into a lunch hour, so usually this is when it gets kind of slow and choppy. Oh, we're about to get burned, guys. That 1.5 level let me down again. So this is another opportunity to get out of this trade if you're uncomfortable with this trade. But being a cheap 90% eval, we're just going to stay in it. Or if you feel uncomfortable, that's where I would go to break even usually. If I'm in trades I feel uncomfortable with. It's like it's just struggling to move up. And I'm not a like I said, if this was funded, I'd probably want to break even just because we're having so many issues moving higher. But we're either going to take a winner or a loser. It doesn't. It doesn't. I guess. I mean, it's not like a huge loss. I think we might take like $100 loss or something on this 25K eval. We're only in for 5 micros. We're trying to push down. The old ES over here is messing with me hard, guys. ES looks like it wants to move up and it's struggling. It's like, come on. There's nothing worse than entering trades in a consolidation period. This is like the worst. Like, you see a little breakout here, right? This is what I'm looking at. It's like, oh, we're going to have a little breakout. Then, like, nope, consolidation. Those are always the worst. You're just at the mercy of the consolidation box, pretty much. It's like, are we going to break out to the top side or the bottom side? And I'm not really sure if we're going to go higher or lower here. It's just the fact that your 21 EMA looks like it still wants to go down, even though the 9 is curling up. But a lot of times whenever your 9 crosses this 20, most of the time it'll want to retest the 50. See, what sucks is we just tested the 50. Okay, there it goes. The 50 on the ES. No, I didn't get it low enough. There's the open. Hopefully it doesn't have to push all the way back down. Okay, there it goes. Woof. That one had me sweating a little bit. We had to wait that one out. So there's the 50 test. I took that trade earlier. I don't know if you guys remember. It's same exact setup. Is the only difference is I took this trade right here earlier. I think it was, I can't remember, it was here somewhere. Remember, then we sold back down. Remember, the ES could not hold this 49 level. All right, so we're back above that. I may even try another little trade with just 2 micros because we're getting in that time of the day where I'm not usually a big fan of trading. So usually we get a pullback once we hit the 50. So what you'll see is we'll hit the 50, reverse. Usually we'll retest the 9 and 21 again. But I don't know if it can get through this 1 hour candle because this is our 1 hour close from this morning here. Well, not the candle, but the initial balance close, the first hour in the market. I mean, I kind of like that we're staying above this IBL here. I mean, I don't know. A lot of times when we trade back into it, that means we're just going to probably move all the way back up through this whole move again. If we can stay above this level here. I wonder what Methodical Man's doing today since he's not streaming. Another little consolidation period around this area here. Here, you would think that we may, like if we get through this level, this 80 right here will probably be your next level up around this session mid and this pivot. That'll be like your 50% pullback from, is it from this level or maybe it's this level? So far, here's my 2 green accounts. This was the one big trade that we had earlier for 320. That was that one off of the ES losing the IBL. If any of you guys want this indicator, I have it free in the Discord. There's a lot of other indicators in there too if you want them. Just go to the link page on the YouTube channel and just follow the Discord, and I can show you where they're at in the Discord too. if anybody likes those levels, those are like some of my favorite levels to trade. The initial balance low, the initial balance high, your session mid. Let me find my indicators. So if you go to the Discord here, like I said, they're free. This is the indicator that I'm using that marks out all these levels for you, and it's called the initial balance indicator. And I got this indicator from Fish Lips for anybody here that probably trades with Fish Lips. So far today, we're 2 for 2. We got a small red on one of our Buleys. We had a red on our, I think we're like 50 or 60 bucks in the red on our funded account on Apex, but our eval were green. So we're kind of 2 for 2 today on accounts. So, and I want to say even the one that we're up on 320, I think we were in the red on that one too, but we were able to get it back on that last big trade. I try not to take no more than a 10-point loss if I can't help it. I think the last trade that we taken over here when we were in this consolidation, I think we're risking 12 instead of the 10. And the only reason why I did that, if you saw, that thing came back and almost stopped me out. The reason why I put my stop loss where it was at is because of this non-EMA. Because I know sometimes we have to pull back, retest this non-EMA moving average for us to continue higher whenever it's kind of offset. All right, so we're finding some support here at the 36. Let me look up Adam's numbers. I swear he called out that 46 right there where we got stopped at. Because I think he said between 46 and 90, I think we're going to just be basically chopping back and forth. So I know Monday was that area. He said chop between 58.50 to 58.90. So for ultra low on the ES, let's say if we pull back, would be all the way down at the 28s, which we only made it to about 44, 45. So this is Adams's level is the reason why I said something about that. If we get below that 57, we should have a quick sell off. And it pretty much, if you kind of go back and look at the price action. So here's that 57. What happened? We hit that 57. It was just a straight sell off. Man, that was another IBL little break there. See, I'm not sure if I would consider that the retest, because a lot of times when you're looking for the retest, you don't want it to get above the 46. And see, it already went up over 10 points, so that would have been a failed trade if you try to take that retest with a resting order sitting there at the 346s. So, and I usually like the retest better than I do the breakout, because we had a breakout really this morning, which I was already in this trade before the breakout happened. So So a lot of times if you're, if you just feel like it's kind of almost like a 50-50 trade, you can literally just put your resting order there and shoot for 10 to 20 points for the breakout. Oh, my little macro thing didn't kick on. Let me see why that doesn't kick on today. I've been trying to keep an eye on the last 10 minutes of the day. I thought I had that set up, but maybe I did. Oh, wait, it's... Okay, so I'm missing one. I'm missing the one from 10:50 to 11. I meant to say 11:50 to 12, guys. Sometimes I'll say the wrong time zone because I live in Central Time. I don't guess it's going to put it up there just because we will draw our own. So these boxes really don't have very much meaning. So what we're looking for, this is your last 10 minutes of the hour. A lot of times we get breakouts in the last 10 minutes. If you go back and look at them, I've been following them the last couple days. I mean, I've always kind of followed them, but I've been paying attention more to them lately. So I just put an opening range indicator on here at the exact time that I'm looking for. Look, it'll put the square box here for the last 10 minutes in the hour. Almost every, like basically the last 10 minutes, we get a big move. See, big move. So now it gets a little bit more shady, not really shady, but less of a big move on these closer to lunchtime we get. But I guess I forgot to set one up for this time. I don't know. Maybe this will be our breakout to the upside. I may try it on 2 micros just to see. This is no setup, guys. These are just this is just I think trades, and it's only on 2 micros. I usually don't like trading this time of the day at that 12 o'clock hour. So usually whenever I say I'm only using like 1 or 2 micros, these are just more kind of like using evals to do like little back tests, basically is what I'm doing. Uh-oh. Doesn't look like we're going to get the breakout to the upside like I was hoping for. Let me get right below that 20 EMA there. If we lose 46, we're probably going back down because, like I said, that's usually been our bottom of our range this morning. Looks like this one's going to get us. All right, so that took a little bit of our profits back off that one. Kind of knocked us back down to 46 bucks. So it took about $40 or what, $50. I think we're sitting at what, 100 bucks on that one. Well, let's see if we'll get the bottom of the box today. So we're already past that initial 10 minutes here. All right, let's see if we're going to continue breaking out of this box. This will probably be my last trade of the morning. This is just kind of me messing around with these little last 10 minutes of the hour here, guys. See, you kind of got tricked. I thought we were going to break out the top. Instead, we went out the freaking bottom. We'll shoot for the 300 because we usually always get some kind of bounce at the 300. All right, so basically all we did is we got back basically the profit that we lost a while ago. So that pushed us back over 100 bucks on this account. So we lost 40 or 50, then we got 40 or 50 back. So this box here paid. I got impatient. I didn't wait for the box to close above it. Yeah, we were already in the green, Clarity. We were just, I've been messing around with this last 10 minutes in this algo time, and because we always get breakouts in the last 10 minutes of the hour. And I forgot to put my indicator on this one, but I've been putting opening ranges on the last 10 minutes of the hour. So look, if you got short here at the bottom of this 10 minutes after it already printed, look, big move. Same here. This is the 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes of this last 10 minutes in the hour, big move. And actually, we took this one. This is the one that we have our $300 win from. This one, I think I got in a little early because I don't know if the box was finished kind of forming. Because I don't have my indicator on, so I wasn't exactly sure where the top of this one was. But on this one, it went out the bottom. But I don't know what kind of win percentage this offers. This is just something that I've been just kind of messing around with this week. That's why I'll usually tell you guys that I'm only using like, 2 micros, 3 micros. So there's not really a big loss if it's a loss. I try to keep my losses under $100 whenever I'm doing this type of stuff. Just because, I don't want to put the account too big of a hole, or even $50, something like that. Just keep it small. Now, I wouldn't try this stuff on a funded account. These are just strictly 90% evals on bulenox. But if you want these little things on your chart, now I'm not sure about other trading pages. What I do is I just put the opening range indicator on, and just put whatever time you want. So just down here, opening range. As you can see, I got one for almost every hour, but I guess I forgot to put one for this time, which I guess I could add it so it'll be there for tomorrow. And then you just go over here and change your start and end time. And like I said, I started at 9, or whatever the hour is, say 9:50 to 10 o'clock. So that's when I started. Then you can just make it whatever color you want. But also, if you listen to Methodical Man, he doesn't put these on there. No, I have not done back. I just started I've always been aware of that last 10 minutes algo time, but this way I can like physically see it. So I can see like, okay, this is the last 10 minutes of the hour. Let's see what happens. Usually we're supposed to always get the big move in the last 10 minutes, or after that, the last 10 minutes, the first 10 minutes. So it just makes it more visible so you can see it, where, it kind of makes it stand out. Now, I couldn't tell you what kind of win percentage it is, or how often it wins or loses. But usually me this week, I've only been doing it like on like mostly a couple micros. I know the first 2 are the best ones. Once you get into the lunch hour, it's not as strong. But the first 2 have been strong almost all week. I didn't look yesterday because I didn't trade, but Monday and Tuesday, it showed big moves also. So are these the ones from yesterday? I don't even think I traded yesterday. But they still came up. So this would have been your first 10 minutes here from yesterday. See, you kind of were chopping around, and the box already printed. The candles never left this box. Look, we had a big move to the upside. But yesterday was super choppy, so I'm not sure how well it would have worked. The first one looked good, but the second one looked super choppy. So it looks like we never even got a move, because I think Methodical Man told me the markets were horrible yesterday morning. This one, I mean, you can say that we broke out to the top. This was the consolidation around the last 10 minutes, 12 o'clock. Doesn't look like the rest of them got on there. But I also didn't turn on my charts yesterday, so I think that's why it looks like that. Oh. So this would have been yesterday after 3 o'clock. This would have been your 3 o'clock 250 one. Ooh, got far away. And also, I think Methodical Man. Yep, that would have been your algorithm. That last 10 minutes of the hour breakout there, Charles. So that's when I try to look for trade is in that last 10 minutes and first 10 minutes of the hour. So that's why I've been putting these indicators on here. So it makes it stand out to me. So now I think we're getting into like garbage time trades where you're going to be probably chopping around or trading in between your EMAs. A lot of times I try not to even trade between the 12 o'clock hour to 3 o'clock hour. A lot of times this is when I'll just get off for a few hours and just come back for power hour. Because what's happened in the past, I used to not do that. I sit there and trade all day and I would basically lose my profit. So, I'd be in, say, a green $200 and I'll end up losing my profits trading this time zone or time areas between 12 and 2. Yeah, this time of the day is crappy. I'm probably not going to take any more trades myself. We're just going to keep what profits we have and probably just come back and look for trades for power hour. Because I think we got one account we didn't. Well, I didn't take any funded accounts on the Bewley today. It looks like we didn't take any trades on that one. I think Bewley's the ones I got the most accounts on because it looks like I have like 5 Bewley accounts. Because I took a trade off stream while ago on minis on the 50K. But I still got one up here that we haven't taken a trade. Or is that the 50K? No, that's not. No, that's the funded. So we didn't take any funded accounts on bulenox today. That account's still sitting at 188. So this would have actually been a good day to take a funded account trade, but we just didn't take any. I did take a small loss on the Apex funded account. I think we're down like $50 or $60 on that one. I'm trying to be more stricter with the fundeds as far as how many times I take a trade. I try to be like one and done with those. So either we'll take a winner or loser and just put it away for the day. Either that or not trade it all together. Nice. Did you over leverage clarity to get it back, or did you take like a setup, or did you like bump up the contracts to get it? Ooh, $700 down. Now back to 75. Nice. Oh, you scalp what? 5 to 15 micros? Whew. That's a lot of micros. I like putting a lot of micros on it, but man, using bulenox, you just get hammered with fees. The fees hammer you bad with micros. I'm not sure about Top Step because I've traded Top Step, but only a few times. But most of all my trading is on bulenox and Apex. Then I still have those fast track accounts, but they have so much issues going on now with payout. So not really sure what's going to happen with those guys. So that's why we didn't even bother taking trades with those accounts today. We just actually almost forgot about them until now, because we still have 3 accounts with them that need to be traded, but I'm not really sure what's going to go on with their company. Just have to wait and see, I guess. So there's a kind of another whole number bounce. Remember I said we always get reaction off the 92. Oh, the fees are 0.74. I know when I first started trading futures, this has been, I don't know, it's been almost 2 years, and I know that's when Methodical Man, he was using Top Step a lot, but I always tried to find something cheaper to use, because Top Step when I first started trading was like $100 a pop and $100 per reset. So that's why I never started trading Top Step. This is, I think the first company I ever traded with was a Take Profit Trader. Yeah, Take Profit Trader. And then after that is whenever I switched over to bulenox and Apex, just because they used to do a lot of those 90% off. And still to this day, you know, bulenox still does 90% off. So I try to keep my trading, you know, what money I have invested in trading super low. So this is why a lot of times we slow trade these evals, because I don't want to hurry up and get to funded accounts and what the, you know, bad habits and end up blowing funded accounts. So that's why we try to treat evals along with funded accounts kind of the same. But I also understand that this is a leverage game whenever you're playing with the prop firms' monies. Because if you look at all the bigger YouTubers who are trading prop firms and making money, they're trading a large ungodly amount of accounts. You know, they probably trading like 20 funded accounts plus, you know, between all the different prop firms they're trading. Where, you know, myself, I mainly trade with bulenox and Apex, and at any given time, most of the time I have like 3 or 4 funded accounts. So like one blown funded account in me, it's like, oh crap. But if you have, you know, 20, 30 funded accounts, it's not gonna be that big of a deal if you know, blow one up. You're just playing the leverage game, percentage game with the prop firms. I don't know if anybody's ever thought about it that way, but that's the way I see it. Whenever I see, you know, if you watch even Nutty, I mean, go listen to Nutty. How many accounts that he's gone through are blown accounts. I think a couple weeks ago, I think I heard him say he blew like 10 funded accounts in 1 week, which most of us, that's kind of devastating to blow 10 accounts. I mean, shoot, that's like $1,500 in blown funded accounts in less than a week. So, and I think Methodical Man told me yesterday, I guess Patrick accidentally showed how many Apex accounts he went through. I think it was right like at 1,000. Oh, he had like 900 and something evals. But see, I think he trades 20 at a time, is what I've heard him say. He copy trades like 20 at a time. So, you know, he blows up one account, that's like blowing up 10, 15, 20 funded or evals at one time. Or maybe he trades his fundeds in the lots of 20, but I think when he does funded, I think I hear him say he's trading like 5 or 10 accounts at once. So I think he does it in like lots. Yeah, Clarity, I still do that too. The biggest change that I've made recently is not to overtrade my funded accounts. If the market starts off choppy in the morning, I won't even trade my funded accounts. A lot of times I've only been trading my funded accounts maybe twice a week. I mean, I know it's a little slower, but I'd rather do that than constantly blow my fundeds. So but I've always been pretty cheap when it comes to stuff, you know. I've always had issues with, like, you know, risking money. Especially if you work for it, you know, if you got a job where you have to go to work every day. Which right now I'm doing YouTube, like I think I maybe make like a anywhere between $500 to $1,200 a month in like affiliate stuff. Like, you know, nowhere near on the level like you hear some of the bigger streamers do. But I get money from that. Plus, I was hoping that I finally got a payout with Fast Track, but I don't think we're going to be getting that money. So that's $1,200 more. You know, $1,200 I thought we were going to get. That, not sure if we are going to get it. So that thing's in limbo. Then I work part time for Amazon. Then plus we have a house rental income too. Like we have another house that we rent out to our daughter, her and her husband. Then my wife business. We've also had a hair salon business in the next town over that my wife has been running for like almost 20 years now, since 2005 or 2006, somewhere around that area. It's been a long time. But my goal whenever I got into trading was to hopefully eventually where I don't have to work as much. Like, you know, work, you know, less than 20 hours a week or less than 15 hours a week to make money doing this, and plus what other income we have. So we're getting back below this IBL 1.5. A lot of times if we get below this one, you're more likely, if you can hold for the long range, we're going to hit this IBL 2.0. Or you can look for this pivot hit down here. I'm not sure what's to the left of us because, man, I'd have to look in the higher time frames and kind of see. Yeah, see, that helps too. If you got an evening job. Wow, look at this nice next little breakout below this level here. So if I was in this trade, I'd be like try to take one of my contracts off here at this pivot here, because most of the time if you can get going in a direction, usually that pivot's your next target down. Are you in a stressful part of healthcare, like where you're working like any kind of like emergency room or anything like that, Clarity? Since you're working those late shifts like that, usually that's like hospital hours, right? Where you're like either hospital care or, you know, the birth departments or ICU or, you know, somewhere in the hospital. Usually if you're working the 3 to 11. Or I guess there's also elderly care too on late shifts. To me, I've never been a big fan of that second shift. Long-term care, okay, yep. If it had to be somewhere around there if you're working those type of hours. I was thinking either emergency room or like elderly care or somebody, you know, if you're working second shift in healthcare. I know one thing, whenever you're around to like, you know, one of my it's been a while since I've worked there. It's probably been like 6 or 7 years ago, but I used to have to go to like one of those long-term care places to pick up paperwork or medical files, I think is what it was. And you know, you see a lot of those people in there. It definitely want to make sure that you appreciate your, you know, your younger life in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, you know, instead of just, you know, working around the clock. That's what made me like start doing what I'm doing now, is so that I can work as little as possible in my late 40s, and, you know, hopefully it's the same thing when I get to my 50s one day. Because I'd much rather sit here and talk about trading or watch charts all day than work a 9 to 5 or 5 to 3 or whatever, you know, whatever schedule you're working. I know when I first started out listening to trading futures, I would listen to it all day at work for like 9 and 10 hours, like all day long. I did that for almost like 6 straight months. And then that's when I started making that transition into what I'm doing now. Ooh, that pivot is still in range here. Even the shorts have been hard to me today, because it seems like, you know, most of the time your shorts, it usually goes. It doesn't sit here and just consolidates and have like these small little 1 minute candles. So the shorts, you know, you want the elevator down. You don't want to sit here and just wait for it to grind lower and lower. But this has almost been like every trade I've been in today. It seems like every time I get in, we start consolidating. Then I have to sit through it for like 5 minutes and wait for it to, you know, go in the direction that I'm thinking it's going to go. But also, this is why I don't like trading this time of the day. See how it's just more stressful. This is like kind of like trading the London session to me. If for anybody that's ever tried to trade London, how it'll just get into that mood where it's just chopping. But it also allows you to see the range too, if you're good at trading range. Let's see what level Manzini called out. Okay. Wait, no, that's the upward. Let me see where he said we could possibly go to on the downside. So, see. We're at what, 58. So your next major support level down is going to be your 58.37. So that's why we're just kind of consolidating here at the 37s. If we lose the 37s, your next one down is going to be 28. So we just broke through the 27. That's that pivot here. So we ran in resistance at the 58.37s. If we lose 37s, your next level is down going to be 58.28. I want to say these were some targets from last week because I don't see those on here anymore. So we'll just take them off. I also trade Adam Manzini's levels most of the days, like especially his strong support and resistant levels. So this morning, that's why I said I was not looking for shorts unless we were below the 67s. And it pretty much paid out for us. Here's the 67. We lost 67 and it's been just downtown since. I think I tried to take a long because I thought we were going to get back above 67. But it was just kind of a fake breakout above that 67. Other than that, we've just been straight selling off. All right, we just lost that 37. I wish I had the patience to trade the ES, honestly, but I don't. I don't have very good patience when it comes to trading this slower market here. Then if we lose 28, your next target down is going to be 58.22, which then 58.13. I mean, I don't know if we'll get down this low. I mean, it's down there. I don't know if you guys remember, was it last week where we were stuck between this 58.05. No, that was up in the 90s. I'm sorry. That was a few weeks ago. I think those levels there that we were struggling to get through. Thank you, Clarity. Yeah, we're getting ready to call it quits today too, for just because I don't want to sit here and just FOMO into a trade. We're going to probably come back and trade Power Hour, and hopefully Power Hour will be pretty good today. I guess I'll get off and give Methodical Man a call and see what he's doing today, since he took a day off work today, or off streaming today. All right, guys. Thank you guys for watching, and we will be back for Power Hour if you want to come back and join us. Usually, I do take a lot more risky trades during that Power Hour on like a 90% eval. You know, I don't know. It's super choppy that last 10 minutes, and some days it works out good, and other days it's like, oh. So you have to. I don't ever trade funded accounts during Power Hour, guys. They're always evals. So if you are joining us for Power Hour, like I said, we only trade cheap evals for Power Hour. Just because I like to find trades around that 50, you know, the def bot candle, the def candle at 350, and the 55 candle, and that thing can go either way. So never know, never know. All right, guys, we'll be back in a few hours. Thank you guys for watching today or this morning.